Oh, good morning, everybody. If y'all are even in here, okay, because your girl is late today. And why am I late? Because today has started off the absolute rough fist for me. Like today did not start off great. So fingers crossed we have a better day. Let me go ahead and get us shared. Like I'm all the way behind y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all what happened here in a few.
So my question is, did you
Here we go.
find any sand or salt or any other debris in the inside portion of that taillight?
No, I did not.
Now, and you can um, take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. You recall discussion about uh, shards of taillight? Do you recall that discussion at all in your testimony?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. I wasn't certain whether we had that parlance. So my question is, to your knowledge, was there any testing of any taillight alleged to have been found at 34 Fairview for biological material?
No, there was not.
And could you just please state what your definition is inclusion when you refer to biological material?
Those items were not processed in the criminalistics unit for any type of biological, meaning they would not tested for blood, semen, saliva, or a skin cell collection.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part that you.
Or a skin cell collection.
Now turning and changing topics. There was a T-shirt and a hoodie of the decedent. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And are you okay with my parlance of T-shirt, the yellow or orange T-shirt on the one hand, and then the gray hoodie sweatshirt? Is that an acceptable parlance for you?
Yes.
So with regard to those two items, if I could, Your Honor, have published what is already in evidence, Exhibit 151 and 150, and Mr. Wolk, if we could please put those side by side. Alrighty, so is it correct that what's on the left is the right sleeve of what we refer to as the hoodie, and on the right is what color would you like to call that T-shirt?
Orange, please.
All right, so the orange T-shirt. Is that what we're looking at up on the screen?
Yes, so it's the right sleeve of the gray hoodie and the back of the orange T-shirt.
Thank you. Am I correct that you included a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from each of these two items, or from these two items collectively?
I don't handwrite notes on my report, so I'm just confused about where you're asking that.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Hopefully it will be clear. Did you find debris on either of those two items of clothing?
Yes, I performed a debris collection on each of those items and combined them.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's mine. There's a HVAC noise I can't hear. If you
So
could
can we
speak up
turn
just
the
a
air
little.
conditioning off, please?
I'm okay
I
with
can
it.
speak
It's
up.
just if
I'm
she could
sorry.
speak up a little. I don't want to
Of course.
discomfort people. Can you move the mic?
Yes, I can speak up. My
If you
apologies.
could speak a little louder, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you repeat your answer, please?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Sure. Did you find debris on these articles of clothing?
Yes, I took scrapings from each of these items of clothing and combined the debris. Yes.
With regard to scrapings, can you describe how the term scrapings relates to these two items of these two items that are on the screen?
Yes. Scraping is the mechanism I use to remove any debris that was remaining on both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt. I held each up over my lab bench. I took a long metal spatula and scraped any debris that was on these items into a small glassine packet.
Is it correct that you do not know where the debris came from specifically, other than it came from one or both items of both of these two items?
Yes, that's correct.
So the debris could be from just the hoodie, it could be just from the t-shirt, or it could be a combination of the both?
Yes, the items were packaged together, so they were already commingled. So there was no way for me to determine which debris came from which item, and it would be misleading to label them as such, so I combined them.
Exactly where my next point was going to go to. Thank you. And my next questions. So what, if anything, were these two items contained in when you got them?
They were contained in a brown paper bag, and they may have been contained in a larger box, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So when you got them and you saw them for the first time, using your term, they were commingled together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there any debris in the bottom of the bag?
There may have been. When I examine something on my bench, I also shake out the bag to ensure that nothing is left behind and that everything is examined and accounted for.
Now, am I also correct that there is no description of the actual debris that you found? For example, you didn't specify whether it was little fibers, little hair, little pieces of this or that. Do I have that correct?
Correct. I did not do any examination on it. I just packaged it.
And therefore, you didn't note whether any of the debris was a plastic or a plasticine nature, correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered. Is that also correct?
I label the debris with an item number. I'm not sure what you mean by marker, if that's what you mean.
Parts of debris, in other words, there wasn't separate identification or markers for separate pieces of debris.
No, I did not separate out the debris.
There was no photograph taken of the debris?
Not by me, no.
Do you have knowledge of whether there was a photograph taken of the debris by anybody?
I do not.
So you have, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that there's a photograph of the debris.
That's correct. I do not.
When you received the hoodie and the t-shirt that's depicted as 150 and 151, they came in together, commingled with some debris at the bottom in an evidence bag. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there was debris at the bottom of the bag. What I can say is that there was debris on the items, and I did shake out the bag. I don't have a memory of anything coming out of the bag. I don't know.
So there could have been debris at the bottom of the bag when you shook it out. You just don't recall.
Yes, correct.
If we could, Your Honor, please have Exhibit 154 already in evidence published. And let's keep it there for a moment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk for you to zoom in. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this generally, and then I'm going to have it zoom in so you can read it, as an evidence bag?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wolk, could you please zoom in starting from the top so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read this? And if you could, Ms. Hartnett, just take a moment to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, but I want you to have a fair opportunity to read it. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And if we can then scroll down, Mr. Wolk, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read the rest of what's on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wolk, if you could just leave it where it is now. With Your Honor's permission, I don't see a need to keep the lights off, can have that on,
Okay,
but if
that's
Ms.
great.
Hartnett
Lights
needs
on,
it,
please.
you'll just let us know. So is this the evidence bag that the T-shirt and the hoodie were in when you received those items?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
You see the name of collected by someone there. Can you read who that states it was collected by?
Yes.
And state what that is.
It says TPR Proctor.
And are you able to conclude what the TPR stands for?
Generally, we use that to abbreviate trooper.
Right. So that is former Trooper Proctor that it says collected by, correct?
That is what's written on the bag, yes.
And the date of the collection, if we can just, Mr. Wolf, just focus in on that. Thank you. The date of the collection is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a fair conclusion from this evidence bag and your experience on the matter to conclude that former Trooper Proctor was the person who collected the evidence and put it in the bag?
I have no knowledge of who actually collected and put in the bag. I can only read what I see on the monitor.
In terms of, and if we could, Mr. Wolf, please take that down and put back up the side-to-side images and depictions of the T-shirt and the hoodie. Do you know the journey, if you will, of those two items before you received them?
No, I do not.
The debris that you ultimately saw on the hoodie and the T-shirt, and that which may or may not have also been additionally in the bag, do you know where that debris would have been picked up from?
No, I don't know the source of the debris.
And you were not provided with information as to the potential source of that debris, correct?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not the debris, whether those items had been on the floor of an ambulance or a floor of a hospital?
No, I do not have any information like that.
Is it important to maintain the sanitary condition of evidence generally to avoid contamination?
We do our best to avoid contamination once we receive items into evidence, yes.
And what are some of the protocols that are used to avoid contamination of evidence generally?
Generally, wearing gloves, putting items in packaging, bleaching any materials or utensils that we're going to use, or using disposable materials, sterile materials when possible or necessary. We also wear lab coats when processing evidence.
Is another protocol or technique to separate out pieces of evidence to prevent cross-contamination?
Sometimes we will separate pieces of evidence. If the items are already mixed in with each other, then the items are kept together, can be kept together.
Do you know the chain of custody of Do you know the chain of custody of either the hoodie or the t-shirt?
I only have record of the chain of custody from when it was delivered to the lab.
So before any delivery to the lab, you do not have knowledge of the chain of custody of either of those two items.
No, I just know which detective unit dropped the items off.
And which detective unit was that?
Norfolk Detective Unit.
What I would like to now do is we can now take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I want to sort of speciate, if you will, separate out the evidence that you have talked about so far so that it's clear what you submitted and what may have been submitted by others to the lab. Do you understand that concept generally?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is to give categories, and if you would be kind enough to say, I submitted it by some other person, that would be helpful. Any items that were collected from the vehicle, who submitted those to the lab or brought them to the lab?
I did.
The swabs from the red Solo cups,
I submitted the swabs.
the drinking glass that you were presented with at Canton PD,
I submitted that item.
the two clothing items that we just saw on the screen, the hoodie and the t-shirt.
Those were submitted by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
Were there also any fingernails that were part of the investigation and that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Describe what those were, please.
Fingernails may be collected at the medical examiner's office, and they're clippings from the top of the fingernails of the victim.
And were those submitted to the lab?
Yes.
And by whom?
By the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And the phrase known blood standards, are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, please, what that means?
A known blood standard is a sample of blood that is collected from an identified person.
And which person were those known blood standards related to your knowledge in this matter?
We received a tube of blood that was identified as belonging to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to the fingernails and the known blood standards, who submitted those to the lab?
The Norfolk County Detective Unit.
So am I correct to conclude that for those items that you submitted to the lab, you knew sort of their journey, if you will, but that those items that were submitted by you, I think you referred to as Norfolk County, was your parlance?
Yes, correct.
You don't have knowledge about those other than that they were submitted by them?
Prior to them arriving at the lab, correct. I have no knowledge of what occurred, where they were stored or anything like that before that.
And no knowledge of those items not submitted by you would include no knowledge of the chain of custody of those items, correct?
No knowledge prior to them being received into the lab. That is correct.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please. It'll
Okay.
probably be 30 to 45 seconds. Thank you. Bear with me, please. So the questions I have for Ms. Hartnett at this time, thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hartnett.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan, any redirect?
You mentioned that you had an opportunity to observe a paper bag that had red Solo cups in it,
Yes, that's correct.
and the red Solo cups had a coloring of red in the cups.
Yes.
You'd never seen blood preserved in cups like that before?
Objection, Your Honor.
To the form. Sustained.
Had you ever seen blood stored in cups like that before?
No.
Do you know the circumstances of storing that blood?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
When the blood was stored in the cups, do you know the circumstances?
Your Honor, objection. Can we have a sidebar, please? It's important.
Okay.
How the hell do you store blood in a daggone cup? Like, did y'all squeeze him and get his blood to flow into the cup? Like, what did I miss? I feel like I missed something. Y'all, today started off crazy. So let me tell y'all how I got a car. I had traded in my car is it last year? Yeah, I traded in my car last year. And so I had to provide them my new title, or whatever. So I sent them my title, and for some reason they kept on saying that they hadn't received it. So they basically like increased the payment amount on my they increased my payment amount, my monthly payment amount. So today I'm calling and I'm like, what's going on? Yeah, this lady then took a whole second payment out of my account. Like, yeah, it was just a crazy morning. And so I was arguing with them, which is why I was late.
The coloring in those cups, do you know firsthand what that comprised of, what the item was?
Are you asking me if I knew what the contents specifically of the cup
Yes.
were? No, I do not.
And so the red cups with the red spots stored in them, do you know the circumstances surrounding the effort made to try to preserve that evidence?
Can you just be more specific in what you mean by circumstances?
Sure. Do you know where those red cups came from?
I was told they were collected from the scene. I don't have firsthand knowledge of the collection.
And you weren't at the scene that morning, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know what the circumstances or the challenges were that morning?
No, I'm not aware.
You said that you respond to active scenes and sometimes, like in this case, after the event happens?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a difference when you're at an active scene as opposed to when you arrive at a scene that is past the event?
I would say multiple units are working at the same time, attempting to document, preserve, and collect evidence.
You were asked a few questions about the top back of the Lexus SUV.
Yes, that's correct.
When you were first asked the question, you were asked if you had studied that area, and you said you didn't recall if you looked at that area.
I did look at the area. I looked over the entire vehicle, but I didn't know anything specific in that area, no.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over the back of the vehicle as well?
Yes, the only part I did not look at was the roof of the vehicle.
Did you study all sides equally? Did you spend time with the entire vehicle?
I believe I made an effort, yes, to look at the entire vehicle.
When you studied the back of the vehicle, not the right side or left side, the back, middle, did you find any hair?
I did not note any hair, no.
Did you find any scratches?
The only scratches I noted were ones that I had spoken of previously on the right.
When you looked at the left side of that Lexus, did you find any dents or scratches?
Nothing that I noted, no.
Did you find any hair on that side of the car?
Not that I noted, no.
Did you find any dents, scratches, or hair anywhere but on other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
You said that you removed the hair. What did you do after you removed the hair?
The hair is placed into a small glassine envelope, then placed into a larger manila envelope, and then I signed and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
Can that hair be further tested?
Yes.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
Let me ask you some questions about where you found the hair. You saw the two different angle pictures yesterday that you described.
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an adhesive?
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question.
Okay. Why don't I show you a similar video that you were shown yesterday, but we've clarified it so it's more clear. I'm going to ask you to take a look at video 125. Can we stop that, please? And can you see that's 5:51:54 p.m. on 1/29/22?
Yes.
When you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr. Brennan.
When you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And the hair where you found it, you see the red back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702. And then to 749, please. Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop. Okay. There's still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
You could fast forward, please. Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. You were asked if you had any information about when damage occurred,
Yes, that's correct.
and you offered us you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, I do not know when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not damage existed on that car prior to that day, prior to January 29th, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes.
Did you know there are ring videos of that car from January 28th, 2022?
No.
I want to show you some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please. If you could close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or a photograph of?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that hole?
Yes.
those threads, could you pull those threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull thread from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I don't know. I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they?
They were loose. The fibers had started to separate up from the shirt. Separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57. $57, 57. Are those the red cups that you saw?
Yes.
And what color is the fluid inside?
I noted there was red-brown stains inside.
Okay. And do you see that white object, the rag or the paper towel?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Yes, sustained.
Well, you were asked about, you can take that down. You were asked about who had custody of items. You only have custody of items once you receive them, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups and then smeared it on the taillight, and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to find that red liquid on the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
If strands of cloth were pulled from those clothing and placed in the taillight area, would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you get to a scene and you examine an area, if you don't see it firsthand, is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure. When you look at an area like a taillight, if you found blood or cloth or another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I think there are really just too many variables to say either way.
And if an item like blood or cloth was placed in that area, is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
In which area?
Say the taillight, for example.
If there was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I'd be looking for any item evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking for anything that would potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Liston?
Briefly, Your Honor. If we could, Your Honor, have 147C republished. Would it be acceptable to move it along if Ms. Gill, oh, you have it? Okay. If we could have Ms. Gilman, I have just one question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman. 147C, I believe it.
Okay, I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes.
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray hoodie, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right hoodie, did you?
I performed damage analysis on each of those tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. you didn't do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
No further questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
Your
All right,
Honor.
Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record yesterday. I wasn't sure when was appropriate to do that.
Okay, do you recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Lessie asked me the question.
Your Honor, are we going to proceed along with that?
So why don't I see you outside?
Thank you.
Oh, child. Now, girl, who you didn't talk to? What you didn't watch back and listen to yesterday that got you feeling like, you need to correct the record.
All right, so Ms. Harnett, I am going to let you step down because questions from both sides are completed.
Okay,
So
thank
thank
you.
you, though. Okay, Mr. Brennan, who is your next witness?
Next witness is Dr. Scotty Bella.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Yes.
You told us by the evidence given to court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, the whole truth.
I did.
Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor. Morning, Aaron.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Irini Scoribello. That's spelled IRINISCORDI-BELLO. I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
How long have you been a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016. In general, I have been a medical examiner since 2008.
Did you attend medical school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend medical school?
I completed medical school in New York City at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you attend a residency?
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during your residency?
Yes.
After your residency, did you go right to the medical examiner's office or did you work anywhere else?
After my residency, I completed a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology that was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York. And then I went to work as a medical examiner.
Is there a certain type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work with you at the medical examiner's office?
I think there's close to 20 of us. I don't know the exact number.
The medical examiner's office, are you responsible for all counties in Massachusetts as far as doing examinations and autopsies?
No, I am, my primary location is in Westfield, Massachusetts, where one of our satellite offices is, and we cover Worcester County and the entire western part of the state. There's 3 offices in the state, the one in Westfield, the one in Boston, and the office at the Cape, in Cape Cod.
You mentioned that part of what you do is to try to determine manner and cause of death.
Yes.
I use the word autopsy generally without too much detail. Can you describe for the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause of death?
You would like me to explain what an autopsy is?
Please.
An autopsy is a large surgical procedure with 2 main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color. We document any identifying features such as scars or tattoos, height, weight. And then we also document any signs of disease or any signs of injury on the body. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination, where we make surgical type incisions on the body and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. Part of the autopsy procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on, might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take. But that's in general what an autopsy is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in an autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, well, like I mentioned before, we perform toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board-certified neuropathologist and cardiac pathologist in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Are cause of death and manner of death the same or two different things?
They're two completely different things.
Can you explain to us what the difference is between the two of them?
Yes. Cause of death refers to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or it can be some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes. And that would include heart disease, diabetes, cancer. All those are natural processes that take place in the body that lead to death. And so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural. And therefore, it could be that the trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both physical and chemical trauma, chemical when it comes to intoxications due to drugs, etc. If the trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and then the 5th one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
When you are conducting an autopsy and making an analysis and attempting to reach a conclusion, you said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I can. When you're making your determinations about cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven. And so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever. And therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion, the manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
Are you always able to reach a conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask you about whether or not you examined John O'Keefe.
Yes, I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
When you examined Mr. O'Keefe, did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and, in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's office, is that a division of the Massachusetts State Police?
No,
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
no,
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
yes.
When you conduct an autopsy, are representatives of law enforcement or district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Would you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
If you have notes?
Yes, I do.
I think you'd be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case. Thank you.
So you can use your notes, doctor, just.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you began the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were two individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy has to sign a log, and their names would be logged in our records. I don't remember their names.
What is the role of law enforcement relative to the actual physical autopsy? Do they have any role?
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and based on my findings, they might, go on and do their investigation.
Does your office photograph things of interest like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
Is law enforcement allowed to take their own photographs as well?
Yes,
Did you in fact memorialize your findings in this case?
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days, because we know that families are waiting for these reports, and therefore we do our best to finish a report within 90 days.
Did you in fact complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the autopsy report, well, included in the autopsy report, do you make handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
And share with us, how's that done? Is there a picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark the location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
generally recognize what these documents are?
Yes, these are my diagrams from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy,
And could you just very basically describe each one of them?
some of them. Yes, the first one is a body diagram. A lot of things have been whited out, but it's the diagram that I would use to make note of any injuries. The second one is a diagram of the face and the skull. I would also use this diagram to make notes as to any injuries on the face. And the third one is a diagram of the inside of the skull, what we call the base of the skull, as well as different views of the brain itself. Again, I would make notes to point out different injuries.
As you are noting injuries in your autopsy report, these diagrams, they start off blank
They start off blank and then they're filled out as we go along.
and you fill out all the details you find important in your report?
Correct.
For reference, and to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out things on the blank diagram for us.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd ask permission, I've spoken to defense to use these simply as a chalk.
Sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
Before you begin an autopsy, do you seek any medical records if available?
Yes. When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information, will start asking for both medical records as well as police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day, I believe the day of and the following day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later reactions, I would move the Good Samaritan medical records.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 155.
This time I would move for identification all photos of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries at Good Samaritan Hospital for identification.
Okay.
Exhibit JJ for ID.
Further, this time I'd move for identification all OCME Office of Medical Examiner photos.
Exhibit KK for ID.
Thank you. One more. Your Honor, at this time I'd move all CSSS autopsy photos for identification.
May I just have an understanding of the evidence?
With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could put up the diagram, full body. Could enlarge that a little more. Thank you very much. Could you explain this to us?
Yes, this is the diagram that we use during every autopsy. As you can see, we note the name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital. Everything would be noted on this diagram.
Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay. I'm going to ask you to begin with Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And if you
Yes.
could, if you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. Did you notice any injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, doctor? If you could
Yes.
point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe. But once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed, I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the nose would be here on the front and the left aspect. Abrasions are scrapes. Lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then there was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
For the front of the face, correct, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's face.
Does that photograph depict any of the observations or injuries you made that you just described to the jury?
Yes, it shows the small laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids. And that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
All right, this is the evidence that asks for instruction.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So, folks, during the testimony of Dr. Scorti-Bello, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Scorti-Bello from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask that they be put in an envelope. So if you don't want to look at them now, you don't have to. At some point, we'd ask that you make sure you look at it. These photos are not pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status, or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, or to the nature of the incident itself. So they'll be displayed up on the screen for you as well.
The last exhibit is Exhibit 156.
Thank you.
Ms. Gilman, could you show the jury? And Doctor, can you point out the injuries you were describing by using the diagram, or when you were using the diagram?
So the laceration, the small laceration that I previously described would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid and what I would describe as swelling. The endotracheal tube and the neck collar are also present here. And the other injury, which I noted, was on the front and left side of his nose, which you cannot see here because this is looking at the right side of his face.
Take that down, please. You mentioned that there was something about his eyes that was notable.
Yes, there was bleeding or hemorrhage, as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or conclusions? Yes. May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is another picture showing Mr. O'Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and diagnosis?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this one down.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 157.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Yes.
P645, please. Doctor, could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
So I noted that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling. And then also there were two abrasions, two scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's nose. You can see one here and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Okay, could you take that down, please? If we could move down a bit to the chest and stomach area, did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Scorbello?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator pads on the body, and there was an abrasion that's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation. Internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation, but I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
I'd like to move to the arms and the hands. If we could come down just a little bit. Let's begin with Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands. Did you make any observations regarding Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes. On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial abrasion. So it would have been You can
Can we move that down a little bit?
move it
please?
down a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. Okay, somehow doesn't want to
Sorry
work.
if that's not working well.
It's projecting here, but not on the actual picture.
There may be a second pointer.
I can do it here.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So on the right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. Then, yeah, if you could move the diagram down, please. Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand. Also a faint scratch on the back of his left hand. And then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs, if you could please show the front. There was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
Is that fair and accurate depiction of how his hand appeared when you examined him?
Yes.
Will this be evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 158.
With the court's permission, I'd show P647 to the jury.
Okay.
And could you explain, you said there were 2 bruises. Could you point those out for us?
Yes. There's one here and one here.
Did you attempt to assess those, determine whether you could conclude or opine on a cause of those?
No, I did not. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So this particular one has 2 small little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I did not put that in my report. I just described it as a contusion.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel put intravenous or other types of support into somebody's hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
The other coloration that is unrelated to those 2 small points, would you have a description of what those are?
No.
I'd also like to show you exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 1, please. Thank you. You use the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration of the skin.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound or
Well,
the abrasion?
Penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin. For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
Are there any such notes in any of your autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these ones.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
And I asked you about the hand, which we just saw, and I should ask you the same question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to summarize finally what we've been through so far regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
You mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on his, or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn
more
the lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes,
What is it?
this is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's lower extremities, his legs.
Is it a fair, accurate depiction of how his knee appeared to the autopsy?
Yes.
All right, we'll get to the evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
159.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury 9467.
Yes.
You used the word lateral and you talked about abrasion or a scrape. Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of adjacent discoloration, but this is what I was describing.
If you could zoom back out, please. And you didn't see any similar type bruising or abrasions on the left knee?
No,
During your autopsy, did you notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
Yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his fourth and fifth ribs.
And so would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures, or are they connected as one?
The fourth and the fifth, both on the right and the left, close to the sternum.
Have you, in your experience, seen ribs fractured during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to resuscitation.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I'd like to show you a different diagram, one of the head area. If we could enlarge the bottom right. Thank you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head to the right of midline. So this would be the midline. The laceration was somewhere here, is what we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion over it that would have been here. So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first, I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. You recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a picture taken at the time of autopsy. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. The hair has been shaved off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Thank you. Your Honor, move this into evidence.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 160.
Show that to Ms. Gilman, please. When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes,
And did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Yes, the external examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized, and I would like you to explain what you see to the jury. With Ms. Gilman, with your assistance. Thank you.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this is the scrape that's associated with it.
Take that down, please. After you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
The internal examination. After the external is performed and pictures are taken, then we proceed with the internal examination of both the, as I mentioned before, the torso, the body, as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes.
And when you did that, could you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. The way we examine the head is we make an incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected or when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration, abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in the same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl, and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
When you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Well, that was part of the findings that led to my opinion. But yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted that there were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain. And therefore, I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in any type of analysis on your own about any injury to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I noted the kind of injuries I could see superficially on the brain. And I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on it. The whole point was for our neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be an appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
Yes. So, jurors, why don't we take 15 or 20 minutes, okay?
Would all rise to the jury?
Please.
Making sure I'm off mute this time because we will not have me reading. All right, so jumping over to the Diddy trial real quick. Before cross-examination, Ventura's lawyer, I have the right to be a part of the be part of the meet and confer about which evidence she can be questioned about. She is the only victim witness that has standing under Rule 412. We have to move forward, says the judge. Other issues to the government. As we noted in our email to the court earlier this morning, the judicial documents are not being put in the public docket. We might get a sign from Ms. Estavo, who will cross Kathy that it's not an issue.
All right, the defense last night dumped 400 exhibits on us. This cannot continue throughout the course of the trial. Ms. Estavo, we have been working tirelessly in response to Ms. Ventura's testimony. I thought you were going to take his off my plate. I think maybe it's supposed to be this off my plate. I will keep trying. This is the main witness. She stands by herself. That said, we have been doing this all night until 3 a.m. We flagged exhibits for them. There are 24 exhibits that the government has objections to. They are listed in the chart. Just the ones in the chart. Again, they're not shown. Bring in the jury. Ms. Ventura, you love Mr. Combs. Oh, so it's Estavo who's crossing her. You love Mr. Combs. I did. For 11 years. You took care of him in some ways. You called him larger than life. I did. Others called him Diddy or Puff Daddy, but you called him Sean, right? Yes. You knew a version of him the rest of the world couldn't see, right? Objection, overruled in ways. All right, in ways. You keep coming back to him. You kept coming back to him for 11 years. I wouldn't say coming back. You believed he loved you too. I did believe he loved me too. So when he cheated on you, it hurt. Not every time. Bring up exhibit, whatever. Objection, not in evidence. That's true. This is not in evidence. Miss Ventura, read it. Just read it to yourself. Why did you send this message? To let him know I was going to dinner. What was going on when these messages were sent? I'm not sure. What was going on in your relationship then? It was early. We were loving. I offer it. Objection, being offered for the truth, overruled. Please read. I wrote, I love you, smiley face. I'll fly anywhere for you. I love you, Cass. This 2009 email, objection, hearsay. Ask more questions. From BlackBerry, what is BG? Baby girl. What did you write? You hungry, Pop Pop? And Mr. Combs wrote you, we are so in love. We don't do anything else. How long have you? We are so in love. We don't do anything else. How long had you been seeing each other's? Okay, so wait a minute. So she wrote him, you hungry, Pop Pop? And he responded, we are so in love. We don't do anything else. And then the question is, how long had you been seeing each other? Ventura, like 2.5 years. Please read 1364. I haven't talked to you at all. You don't even try. You rushed me off the phone. I'm really hurt. I don't need your money. I need some attention. You wanted your special time with Mr. Combs. Cassie, yes. You testified that you told him, I love you so much. You make me a better woman. I definitely wrote those messages. You wrote, I can't wait until we have a baby of our own. You knew that he had 6 children at the time. Yes. So now these messages about freak offs, when you say, it doesn't matter to me, you mean weekend or weekday, either is fine. That's what it says. Mr. Combs says, maybe you can call Jules. You can do it. Oh, crap. Maybe we can call Jules. Can you do it? Yes. This was an explicit message from you about the anticipated upcoming freak off. Objection. We'll take a recess. I took a recess. They came back. You may proceed. Miss Ventura, this is from Mr. Combs to you. You respond with an extremely explicit message, right? Yes. This is 2 days after the planning of the freak off, right? Yes. He said, I want to see you. How did you reply? I can't wait either. You wrote, I feel like I want to F right now. That's what it says. Mr. Combs says, I'm so horny, I can't concentrate. What do you say? So the defense is, okay, let's just talk about this discovery. Okay, wait a minute. What do you say? That I'll go to Dwayne Reed for candles and then set up the room. Did you understand that he was going to take another video of you? Objection, speculation. You can move on. You asked any pills on you? Yes. What pills are you taking then? Opioids. Opiates. You deleted videos on your devices, right? Yes. What did you write? That I need to feel this. This is my husband, the only one who will see this side of me. So Brian still is not doing a cross. It is Estava, one of the female attorneys who's doing the cross examination. Share this tab instead. Who's doing one of the cross examinations? But let's talk about the defense dropping 400 exhibits on the prosecution the night before. Let's talk about it, because are we getting flashbacks? Did they learn something from YSL? Did they steal a little trick out the book? 400 exhibits. Crazy. But the defense is going through and showing and trying to show that, you know, Cassie did participate in freak offs. She may have even requested them, and she was complicit. And that at this time, during these messages, there is no force of anything. Claudia, very wise self. Very, very wise self. Girl, so we just gonna keep waiting to see what else come on out of there. Now, I do want to let y'all know that yes, I read these tweets, but I'm also subscribed to a newsletter that sends me some updates from some folks that are inside of the court. So, what I try to do, since we're reading them, I try to make sure that I pull out any of the information that we don't get from these tweets into my 1 minute recap. So, if you are not checking out my 1 minute recaps, make sure you are doing that. Support your girl on TikTok and on YouTube. So, you should be able to see my little short pop up. Opt out is yes, amnesty is no. All right, so we're just waiting around, y'all. Oh, at 12, I do have to make a run, so I'll just leave it on Karen Reed, but I'll keep the stream going because I'll be away for a little bit. D Wood, we are definitely still on break, which is amazing. Damn. People be out here making all kind of money. These folks got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kids. He making $380,000 a year. It's crazy. I'm trying to figure out how I can get down. Because yeah, I need to be trying to figure out how I can get down. Jealous. What's his wife's name? She say fat. I'm trying to see how I can get down because the way the math is mathing over her, I needed to math like that over here. For real. Let's peek in and see what other information came back on the Diddy thread. Okay. Were you afraid that Mr. Combs was only seeing you for sex in this way? That was a concern. You still were not public with your relationship with him, correct? Were freak offs important, integral to us? Mm. Who was at your 21st birthday party in Las Vegas? Britney Spears, Dallas, Austin. How did you get them there? They came for Sean. Oh, they're very beautiful and charming. Thank you. It's true. Who is Tommy Marola? Marola? A well-known producer. You were an up-and-coming star. I guess you could say that. After you signed with Bad Boy, things were still platonic. Yes. You had rough performance. 106 in Park. It did not go well for me. How did he help you after that? We did a YouTube video. He said everybody makes mistakes. What was wrong? I couldn't hear myself. Were you dating Mr. Leslie? How much older than you was he? 10 years. Then you traveled to Miami with Mr. Combs. The flyer of the event was just a cover to spend time with Mr. Combs, right? I'm gonna read that again because I'm like, what the hell is going on? So she was dating Mr. Leslie. How much older than you was he? 10 years. Then you traveled to Miami with Mr. Combs. The flyer of the event was just a cover to spend time with Mr. Combs, right? That's true. You had a tattoo of Mr. Leslie's initials on your body, right? Yes. How many tattoos did you have then? Objection, relevance, overruled. But let's keep it moving. 3, the one on your arm, no regrets. So they are putting in front of the jury that Cassie probably liked the older man. She was already dating the older man before her relationship with Diddy got, I guess, more exclusive. But even while she was dating him or doing these freak offs with him, she was dating other people. So very interesting. Very interesting information coming from the folks today. Again, not super relevant to proving not super relevant to proving the facts of or the elements of their charges, but they do want to kind of go after the credibility of their witness a bit. See, I need somebody who got one dang on kid, one spouse. Today is just a day that is already like irritating me. It really is. Listen. Y'all seen how everybody was saying what I was talking about yesterday about her husband? Yes, a lot of people was talking about that. And so a lot of people was talking about it. Excuse me. They were talking about it. They were talking about. I think a lot of people forget though that he was the trainer, so naturally he most definitely knew. He likely knew what the hell was going on, right? She getting beat up and he's training her. Like it came out during testimony that he used to have her get in shape for the freak offs. Thank you, Beta. He used to have her get in shape for the freak offs. And apparently he was upset when he found out that she was fooling with the trainer. That man knew what was going on. He knew what he was getting himself into. But because I guess he is gonna be why they got all these damn kids? All this on coverage. Yes. Lord, that's too many kids. These folks got families out here, boy. I ain't lying. Because you know, I feel like he already knew what was going on. I also feel like he was privy to some information that maybe he could share on his own that she couldn't. But you also got to remember too that when shit was hitting the fan, he was making tweets, and that's why I think he's going to be called to the stand because she was confiding in him once they were married, and yeah, I'm interested to see. Hey, Miss Mara. Taylor, I thought I was struggling this morning, girl. Let me tell you, girl, I had already paid my car note, okay? I had already paid it, but they keep on talking about they don't got my title, so they tried to charge me an extra $150. So the lady, I'm like, hold on, it's payday, girl. Why my funds ain't been released? She talking about something because your account delinquent. I'm like, girl, what? I'm like, look, just go on and take the little money that y'all say I owe y'all. Y'all finna fix my account and you gonna release my money. Girl, this woman went and paid my car note 2 times. So I was hot. Okay. And I was late coming on. So I'm glad you found your way back, Miss Mara. I'm glad you found your way back because
you are unmuted.
Thank you for asking.
we started late today.
Back in session, you may be seated.
So you wanted to see me?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, over here or?
Here we go. We come back to an immediate sidebar every single time. Boy, they know they can't do nothing right. Court TV and Law and Crime need to stop cutting the mic on. Y'all just need to wait until the folks. Y'all just need to wait until the folks right get done with their sidebar. Wasting our good time. But this is also why I like to watch rewatches because we can fast forward through this mess. Y'all know what? I gotta check out what's going on with Lil Tim case. Child, they need to be trying to give me some Medicaid. That's what the folks need to be trying to do too. They need to be trying to give me some. So you got me Miss Mara, because I need some Medicaid too. Help a sister out. Now I gotta edit this document. Now this is cute, y'all. So her name is Chloe. His name is Courtney, and their son name is Crew. Ain't that the cutest? She said, "Yeah, it's so hard. I hate having to deny the Italy. I wish they would change their requirement. Girl, I need me some. I need to go on and give me some Medicaid, girl. Let me go ahead and quit. I be contemplating all the time. Am I gonna quit my job, girl? Just go on and give me some Medicaid because the way that life be life, man. Mm, I feel like somebody should be up. Oh, somebody should be trying to give me a break, girl. Yes. Girl, Missouri is the reddest of the reddest of the reddest states, baby. I don't qualify for nothing. Nothing. When I say I don't qualify for a thing. My son even has a disability, girl, and they don't be trying to get. They don't even want to give me nothing for that. They say I make too much. Missouri is the girl. That's why I'm trying to go to law school, girl, because the way we underserved is crazy. Mm-mm. I gotta check my application status today, man, because the way I've been on these folks' website should be studied. Y'all, they didn't made a decision, and the letter is to follow. I'm scared as hell.
Tori, I'm going to give you those. Those were both marked for ID. So one will be coming into evidence, and one will be a chalk. So you may need to have them available for the witness. You consider stand wherever you're more comfortable, doctor, for now.
Okay, yeah. Only me freaking out about the school making a decision. I'm guessing I'm having some internet issues today too. Like today is just the day started off terrible and now it's like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm gonna try to get us back up. Hello. Um, governance, right? So many things going on. Okay. So for governance, just say points instead of the days. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Uh, okay. So then they still need to give me an estimated time then.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Yeah. Or I can just take that off the slide. So I took the entire section off because it was weird with days.
Doctor, when we left off, you had described all the
Um,
injuries to
hold on.
the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe, and we had talked about
Okay.
your observations of both the fractures in his skull and also your observation of Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
Okay, so I'm going to go
You
back
mentioned
into
earlier that
here.
you use other resources, other testing. Did you ask for any type of assistance on toxicology analysis for Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is routine and it is protocol to submit toxicology specimens to the lab for examination.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the report of toxicology from the State Police Crime Lab for Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report we saw before?
yes.
All right, introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 161.
Thank you. I have that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In your experience, doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience with what is involved in a toxicology test?
In general terms, yes.
And if you studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important or part of your analysis in your ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any?
There were no prescription medications. There were no illicit drugs in his system.
In a toxicology, is there also a testing for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
What is the difference between ethanol in heart blood and ethanol under 1102?
In vitreous humor.
Yes.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this particular case, the lab tested the heart blood, which showed that it had an ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also tested the vitreous, which is the fluid that sits behind the eyeball. And in that specimen, the ethanol was slightly higher at 0.28.
Thank you, doctor. After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably, did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death? And I'll ask you first about the cause. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes, the cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
You mentioned two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was
Correct.
there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Hypothermia, was that sufficient to be a primary cause of death in your opinion?
In the absence of head trauma, hypothermia is a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand, you are not saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that hypothermia was the cause of death?
Not the primary. It contributed, but the primary cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head.
Did you learn what Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was when he was brought to the hospital?
Yes, some of the medical records stated that his body temperature was 80.1, I believe, degrees Fahrenheit.
And what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
Regarding the blunt force injuries as the cause of death to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
After you complete your findings, including the manner of death and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
Yes,
And what is that document?
it's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes,
When you file a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
yes. There is a death certificate that is issued immediately after the autopsy. The death certificate is a document that is necessary for the family in order to make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So a death certificate is always issued at the end of the autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate is sufficient for the family to make arrangements. Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate. So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate, in this case, stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the final or amended death certificate for Mr. O'Keefe, stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document as accurate?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Exhibit 162.
After issuing the death certificate and after the 90 days passed, have you done any further study or investigation on this case, doctor?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have not had the pleasure of meeting, so good morning, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Good morning.
With regard to cause of death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors, injuries, and circumstances regarding the medical legal death investigation? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medico legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medical legal means, particularly for medical examiners, that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do, right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners by statute and law need to have both of those prongs taken into consideration? Do I have that right?
Yes.
So in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could please, move to the manner of death. And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you've stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Yes.
And that causes one to go a little, the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors, which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you talked about natural causes, correct?
Yes.
You talked about accident.
Correct.
You talked about suicide. You talked about homicide. And then the last category undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined is a term that is used and that you use. And does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, or the death investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed? Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with conducting that medical legal investigation. And what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy and I request information information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner. That is the domain of the district attorney and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
That is not under my jurisdiction. That is under the district attorney's office and the police.
Do you consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that you consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records, is it therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist death investigation?
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles. So in order to conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being well-grounded in general medical knowledge?
Yes.
Is another appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Yes.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy. Correct.
Right. Would you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I don't think every physician has their specialty and their training. And forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies, and cardiac surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
would you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting a death investigation?
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy
No,
because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
Going back into the many qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have the ability to form opinions based upon all the available information using the scientific method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
yes,
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem? Is that fair?
yes,
Is it also involved the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
correct.
Does the scientific method also include the analysis of data?
Yes,
Does the scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
yes,
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis after considering other hypotheses?
correct.
So what we've just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method. And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis, correct?
Correct.
Now, applying one concept, that medical legal concept we talked about, just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement that you said in Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless, you consider information arising from it.
Yes,
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
yes, it is.
And at one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory, a collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian? Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that, yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office, providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by a motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish a photograph which Your Honor has and the parties have stipulated, or that's in evidence. And this is the one. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I show that to the witness?
Okay. All right, so we will mark this as the next exhibit. There's no objections, Brennan?
No objection.
Okay, so we'll mark it first and then you can display it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 163.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, if I could hand that to you, please. You could take a look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, you can just look back up, and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment, and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? And if you could please zoom in on the two individuals in that picture. Dr. Scorti-Bello, do you recognize any of the individuals in that picture?
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
With regard to the person on the right, do you recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And you said you recognize the setting, correct?
Yes,
And you, if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
it appears to be correct.
Right. So you testified earlier, if I recall correctly, that the autopsy was performed at the Cape Cod facility of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
Yes, it was.
And you're normally in, as I recall, the Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts, it's Westfield.
Correct.
But you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you weren't at your normal home base sort of facility. This is a facility that you went to for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes. And you were covering a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
And what's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present, is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that, like a sign-in or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct? You mentioned a shield number.
Yes,
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to determine that?
correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who
I
they
don't-
are.
I don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
I believe, if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police.
Thank you.
But I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair, that's fair, that's fair. I'm not going to ask you more questions to probe the memory. We can take that down. And yeah, we are finished with that. If you could hand that to thank you. Now, we were speaking about former Trooper Proctor. Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a copy of scene photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation? You recall that?
Yes,
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
yes,
And-
approximately.
Right. And the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator, we have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct. You just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office, we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there'd have to be a pretty good reason why you'd want to do that, right?
Correct.
And in this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death. And therefore, I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined. I want to, if I could, with you pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came toward the end of that 90-day period, you had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
I'll let that one stand.
You had performed all of the medical investigation and analysis that you needed to perform. Is that correct?
Yes.
There wasn't something more that you wanted to do on the medical side. You had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay. I issued my final report on April 14th, correct. And I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Thank you. Now, to back up a little bit with regard to the autopsy, as you stated, it was conducted, I just want to do a little bit of a timeline, on January 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And we discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
And you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
She didn't physically come to the office. The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy when the brain was removed, having seen that there were injuries, I saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
I did.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Correct.
She's a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
That means she's achieved board certification in forensic pathology like you?
Do you know that?
I do.
I'll allow them.
Yes, she's board certified in forensic pathology.
And she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what neuropathology is?
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Now, you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes,
And you determined that she should be involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
there was trauma to the brain, correct?
Trauma to the brain. Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy? Is that fair?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
So with regard to Dr. Stonebridge, would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified in some ways? Or how would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Sustain.
With regard to Dr. Stonebridge, what did she do?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, have you, are you aware of an attorney name, or excuse me, a doctor named Azik Wolf?
No, I'm not.
Now I'd like to move on to another category. Based on the information that was presented to you as part of your examination and analysis, is it correct that you presume that because Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the snow and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he died from hypothermia as one of the causes?
I reached that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some findings that were consistent with hypothermia, and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. O'Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the things that contributed.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other reasons?
Other than being out in the snow? No, I do not.
Do you know whether there are other alternative reasons how his body could reach the temperature of 80 degrees?
People can become hypothermic for other reasons, such as sepsis. But in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
You're familiar with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart is their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis that let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a good, fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, well, applying that concept to this situation, did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the decedent? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided to me based on the circumstances and where the body was found. And I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. O'Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase hypothermic changes. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body of hypothermia, but you can also conclude that a cause of death is not from hypothermia, correct?
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate, because there is no scientific way of teasing out whether it was just one or the other or both. In this particular case, I had two processes that were going on. One was the head trauma, and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together, and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not. And I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head. And I included the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
So I want to break that down a little bit if I could with you. So you testified on direct, and I think you alluded to it here, that the primary cause of death, use that phraseology on direct, was blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head, yes.
Blunt impact injuries to the head. And that's the primary cause, right?
Correct.
And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you referred to on direct as a secondary cause of death of hypothermia, but you've used a little different phrase in some of your answers, and I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations. Can you repeat what it was?
I said hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes, and we agree that you can have hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to are actual things that I can see in the organs that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings. They're things I can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
As you sit here now, with regard to, you used the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia, that's what I want to pursue just a little bit with regard to further information. We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that
Yes.
part of it? It was, you brought that up. You're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes.
And you've brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So,
Sustained.
so now what I'd like to do is to ask you whether, using the concepts of differential diagnosis, scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this. We can approach in a bit.
Thank you. What, if any, alternative diagnoses did you apply to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
What alternative scenarios did you look at, if any, for the cause or manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances And at the end of the investigation, or at the end of, my timeline, I concluded on the cause, but I did not conclude, or I did not determine a manner. The manner would be the circumstances you are speaking about, whether I considered other causes or circumstances. That's not how it works. I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur. I try to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why that person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine if I have enough to make a determination on the manner.
Did anyone provide to you any alternatives as to the finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards the location of the injuries? Did anyone provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that. So next question.
So you talked about the information you had at the time. What time is that?
The information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications regarding the circumstances of how Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And when I asked about the time, I'm on calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was coming in.
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I do.
And you can amend a certificate if you obtain further information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you obtained or been provided with further information? In other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death?
What do you mean, have I been provided? Has someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received or considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent, okay? Is it fair to say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic, state what you phrased that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
It was a severe injury, correct?
And would Mr. O'Keefe had been rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter?
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious, but at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
So she's answered it this way. I think you need another person for that. Let's move on from that, Mr. Lessing.
You made your own determination of the cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood. And what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your determination. So you used the phrase brain impact injury,
Blunt impact.
a blunt impact injury. Have I got that correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head, yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement after that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure. I'm talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things and making decisions?
I did not make that determination, no.
Did you observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
A pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
Your Honor, if we could please publish, I'm just going to check to make sure they're in. If we could, Your Honor, publish 160 that is in evidence. But before we do, Mr. Wolf, I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further
Okay.
that needs to be done. Thank you.
Did you show it to Mr. Brown?
It's already been agreed to as in evidence. and it
Okay.
is in evidence.
Oh, it's in evidence?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure if there was any statements that Your Honor wanted to make.
So why don't you come over here because, why don't you come over a second?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish Exhibit 160.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could please draw your attention to what is depicted on both screens. Pick whatever screen is most convenient for you. And what I want to do is to go over what is depicted there, and I'd like to start with just some basics. What is that white rectangle that is on the photograph?
This,
Yes.
that's a ruler.
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
To show a scale. When I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. You know what I'm referring to?
This, yes, this is a laceration.
Right. So it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area. Is that an abrasion?
Yes.
And do you also denote to the left almost like a J type item going vertically up? Yes, and going up. Do you see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically. I just noted the whole injury as part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and so you didn't make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not.
Do you consider that an abrasion or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
Do you conclude that that J is different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Fair enough. Would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion as depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Assume a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground. Would such a fall and impact present that type of pattern, or would it present a circular pattern, perhaps with something like a starfish in the middle?
I'll allow that. Can you answer that?
I can say that a fall backwards could very well produce that injury.
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat frozen ground. Would you expect that?
I could, yes.
And under what circumstances could a laceration like that and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type from a fall backwards on flat frozen ground?
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat frozen ground, it's quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted. There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
Is there, are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes,
And isn't pattern recognition something that requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
yes,
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain specialty training, etc.
correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply in the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, we do.
And so example of pattern recognition could be a knife wound, correct?
Yes,
Could be a gunshot.
correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on a decedent that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
Assuming a fall backwards onto frozen ground and there being on a lawn with grass, would you expect to see any grass at all in the injury site?
It's possible to have grass.
Is it possible to have well, are you familiar with the height and weight of the decedent generally? And if you need to look at your notes, please do so.
Yes. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
So assuming a fall backwards and an impact to head on a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is going to be significant acceleration forces that occur as they're going backwards. Is that correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration forces, usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact.
Correct.
And in terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you, do you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head?
Sustained is definitely.
Given what you testified regarding the height of Mr. O'Keefe, and assuming what I just gave to you as a fall backwards and acceleration and forces, would you expect to see anything else on the back of his head?
You have to be more specific than that.
Right. I thank you. So would you expect to see, is it possible if that was the manner of the fall that there should be grass on the head? Is that possible?
Sustained.
Did you consider at all in your evaluation let me back up. Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your autopsy whether or not grass should be present given what was reported to you by law enforcement.
Sustained.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass at all even a consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
So the answer is no to that
No.
question. Thank you. Did you have any information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks around the scene?
That I did not have any information.
So meaning you didn't have any information, you saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene, is that correct?
Sustained in that form.
What, if any, consideration did you make in your assessment of cause and manner of death with regard to stones or rocks?
I did not make any.
With regard to any other potential causes other than ground, did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that are depicted on the screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them at the time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
Did you put in your notes or your autopsy report any of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
Now, in terms of differential diagnosis that we talked about, did you determine whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you?
I'll allow that.
Internally, I consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information and whether I am satisfied with the information that I have in order to conclude or determine a manner.
Did you make any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other considerations, any notes whatsoever in any document in your autopsy report?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Did you make any other notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
No, these are considerations that I've had and discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries. And
I don't want you to go into what other people said, but I want you to finish your answer.
Right, no, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
Your Honor, I'm going into a different category, so I just wanted to alert Your Honor to it.
All right. And it will take more than 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right, jurors. Oh, the lunch is here. We'll take the lunch and recess. So we'll see you in about 45 minutes.
Rise to the jury.
Goodbye.
Defense has nothing, Your Honor. Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Enter your
All right, so I'm told you want to see me. I'll see you at sidebar.
followed by pound. You are unmuted.
Excuse me, please.
Please rise for the jury.
The water, I'm good. Thank you. I want to know about the bathroom break.
Court is in session. Please be seated.
All right, Mr. Leslie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Scordi-Bello, and welcome back.
Thank you.
I want to move on to a slightly different aspect of the hypothermia discussion. So you've acknowledged previously that hypothermia is a very difficult diagnosis to make, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledge that in your grand jury testimony in this proceeding, correct? Do you recall that?
I do.
And you indicated in that grand jury proceeding, generally that diagnosing hypothermia is based on contextual clues. Is that correct?
On autopsy findings and investigative information, yes.
Right. And the last part, investigative, and that's that legal part, sort of the law enforcement contribution. Is that correct that you're referring to?
Correct.
You diagnosed Mr. O'Keefe with hypothermia based upon certain medical data that you believe you observed in the gastric area and the pancreatic area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for, I think most people will get this, just be clear, gastric is sort of synonymous with the stomach.
Stomach.
And then we know the pancreas is a separate organ. And in your autopsy, you observed for example, the lining of both the stomach and the pancreas. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
Let's start with the stomach. Did you observe the lining of the stomach as part of Mr. O'Keefe as part of the autopsy?
Yes, I observed some hemorrhages in the lining of the stomach.
We'll get to that, right? But I just want to talk about the organs and what aspects of the organs first, and then we'll get to that. And with regard to the pancreas, what aspect of the pancreas did you observe?
I examined both the external surface and the tissues around it, as well as the pancreas itself by making several cuts.
And there was also a histopathology report that was relevant to both the stomach and the pancreas, correct?
Correct.
Histopathology?
Spell it, Mr. Leslie.
Histopathology. So that histopath information informed your hypothermia analysis, is that correct?
The histopathology was done to further confirm my finding or my determination of hypothermia.
So do I have it correct? And let's start with the pancreas. That you noted the pancreas was congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. Do I have that correct? And you feel free to look at your report, please.
I will.
And I specifically, if it helps, I'm
Yes.
looking at
Page 4.
the report of autopsy. It's not numbered pages, but it would be 4. And you see liver, gallbladder, and pancreas is 1. And then you go down a couple more and you see digestive system. That's what I'm focusing on.
Okay.
And then, and the next page is the histopathology.
Yes.
All right. Are we sort of oriented in the same location?
Yes.
All right. So let's start with the pancreas. So if you look at the histopathology page, it says endocrine and exocrine pancreatic tissue with vascular congestion and patchy parenchymal, that's parenchymal hemorrhage, autolytic changes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I want to go at these one at a time, so now I'm going to jump back to the previous page where you discussed the heading liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the last sentence says the pancreas is congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. You see that?
Yes.
So now what I'd like to do, and is that what you're rooting in, if you will, the analysis of hypothermia?
The determination of hypothermia was made, yes, based on these findings and the circumstances that was provided. Yes.
Right, and thank you. I'm going to get to the circumstances, but it's sort of the medical legal construct that we were talking about. I want to just start first with the medical, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So then let's now move to the organ of the stomach, a synonym gastric in terms of your report. So let's go to, please, back to the histopathology section. And under that, under pancreas is stomach. And there's a bulleted one sentence that says gastric tissue with vascular congestion and focal mucosal hemorrhage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then let's go back, as we did with the pancreas, for the stomach, go back to the previous page in your report under the heading digestive system. And the second sentence states the gastric mucosa shows focal areas of linear hemorrhages. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So we've got hemorrhage discussion with the pancreas. We've got hemorrhage discussion with the stomach and the gastric area. Your diagnosis of hypothermia was not based just on gastric and pancreatic hemorrhaging alone, though, was it?
No.
And you did fairly refer to other circumstances just moments ago in your answer, correct?
Correct.
And we're going to get to that. So that means that your diagnosis of hypothermia was also informed by the information we discussed earlier that was provided to you by former Trooper Proctor in his investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one aspect of that information is that he was found, Mr. O'Keefe was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to the death notification report. Am I generally correct that you were, I'm sorry,
Rephrase it.
I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall the death notification report in this matter?
I do recall, the very initial first information that comes in. That's the death notification given to our intake staff.
Do you recall the contents of that death notification report?
Would you like me to summarize? I don't recall I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you what the gist of it was.
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you a document that
Sure.
might refresh your recollection on what that, a document that may refresh
She
your
said
recollection?
sure. I don't
Thanks.
think you heard her.
I did. Thank you, Your Honor. May I approve? Yeah, put your.
Yep,
Thank
just
you.
show Mr. Brennan.
Yeah, put your.
Yes.
Dr. Scortibello, what I'd like to do, you can read anything you want, but I'm just going to reference to the section that says circumstances of death.
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is read it to yourself, not out loud, and then when you, just that section, up to here. And once you're done, if you could kindly look up and let me know.
Okay.
Dr. Scortibello, did that refresh your recollection with regard to the circumstances of death section of the death notification report?
Yes.
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
Yes. The initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital. And it stated that we were dealing with a adult male that was found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Sustain.
Strike.
Jurors disregard that. Move on with this, Mr. Leslie. With this, but just move on.
Yeah, yes. In terms of the differential diagnosis concept that we were talking about before, based upon your refreshed recollection of circumstances of death as discussed in the death notification report, based upon that, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I'm going to allow that.
initially, no.
Let's go to significance, if any, of hemorrhaging of the two organs we were talking about, the pancreas and the stomach. Is it correct that the hemorrhaging of a pancreas can be caused by many different things?
Yes, it is.
And to be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct before the grand jury, you yourself were evaluating whether the injuries had been sustained in a different environment? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments? Do you recall any testimony on that subject?
All right, I'll see you at 10.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. At the grand jury, did you testify as follows? If the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. You recall that?
Yes,
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can also be caused by blunt force trauma, correct?
correct.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can be caused by CPR, correct? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
It's possible.
Do you know what a Lucas machine is?
Yes,
And a Lucas machine is an automated CPR machine, correct?
correct.
And it's a rather large device, correct? It gets strapped down to the chest of someone. So instead of someone having to exercise, etc., you put on a Lucas machine that goes over the chest and it automatically does the compressions, right?
Correct.
Lucas machines can cause hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, wasn't a Lucas machine applied to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe so.
And wasn't the Lucas machine applied from when the first responders came to the scene and he was in the ambulance continually and through when he was in the hospital?
I believe so, yeah.
So when a Lucas machine is used in resuscitation efforts, you'd actually expect to see some hemorrhaging, wouldn't you?
Where?
In the stomach, in the pancreas, would you expect to see it there?
Not in the mucosa of the stomach and not as extensive in the pancreas.
Let's talk about and pick the pancreas first. So you would agree that from the use of a Lucas machine, you would expect some degree of hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Not always.
But it's certainly possible that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging of the pancreas, correct?
It's possible.
And now let's move to, and there was evidence of hemorrhaging in the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now let's move to the stomach. Isn't it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Personally, I have not seen it in that context.
But do you rule that out?
I can't rule it out. I can only tell you my experience.
So your personal experience is you don't believe you've seen that, but you can't rule out that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging to the stomach. Is that correct?
I don't believe a Lucas machine causes hemorrhage to the mucosa of the stomach.
Right. I'm not yet at the mucosa of the stomach, which is a subset of the stomach, right? You're talking about the gastric rugae.
Talking about the inner lining of the
inner
stomach.
lining, and another name for the inner lining of the stomach is the gastric rugae, R-U-G-A-E, correct?
Yes.
So I'm just talking about the stomach in general, not a subset of the stomach. Is it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Not in the stomach, around the stomach, in the soft tissues of the torso.
Okay. So you've said that you're aware that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of the length of time that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine?
No, I am not.
Do you know how many compressions per minute a Lucas machine causes?
I would have to say close to 60.
Would 100 compressions per minute be a reasonable amount of compressions for a Lucas machine to cause?
Sure.
So assume 37 minutes of a person hooked up to a Lucas machine, and assume 100 compressions per minute. That would result in 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine, correct?
Correct.
Could 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine explain hemorrhaging in the pancreas?
You could.
And that explanation could be why there's hemorrhaging in the pancreas as opposed to hypothermia causing hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Possible.
Did you consider that at all in your autopsy report, the effect of the Lucas machine? Is it written anywhere in your autopsy report?
I do consider changes due to cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The rib fractures that were observed were attributed to CPR. Usually we will see some amount of hemorrhage in the soft tissues, but in this context, with the gastric findings, the pancreatic findings, and the information that he was found in the snow with a body temperature of 80 degrees, my opinion was that those hemorrhages, along with the gastric hemorrhages and his body temperature, were consistent with hypothermia.
My question was, does your report state anywhere the words Lucas machine?
No,
And you agree that a Lucas machine can cause hemorrhaging to the pancreas,
it can cause hemorrhage in a lot of tissues,
but including the pancreas.
including the pancreas.
If you see hemorrhaging of the pancreas and you believe that hemorrhaging is a contributor to hypothermic deaths, wouldn't you also expect to see Wisniewski ulcers?
I did note gastric hemorrhages.
So the court reporter needs to have a spelling of that. Doctor, can you give us the spelling of that?
Would you like to give it?
If you'd like me to, I'd prepare to give
ahead.
it. Thank you. Wishnewski. So can you just tell the jurors what Wisniewski spots or Wisniewski ulcers are?
Wisniewski spots are small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in the mucosa of the stomach that are thought to be associated with hypothermia, amongst other things. They're believed to be either a reaction to stress due to the hypothermia or some form of what we call reperfusion injury.
Is it correct that if someone is believed to die, at least in part, from hypothermia, that in 90% of the cases of death from hypothermia, you would find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I do not know the exact number.
Is it that you're not recalling what the percentage is for the percent of cases for death of hypothermia that you would expect to find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I don't.
Do you recall?
Hold on. move on. The objection sustained. So
Okay.
you're asking it, yes, go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you. There were no Wisniewski's ulcers present in Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I believe there were.
Can you point anywhere in your autopsy report where the word Wisniewski appears?
I did not call them Wisniewski spots. I called them gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so you didn't use the term Wisniewski and you didn't use the term ulcer, correct? In your report at all?
No, I used gastric hemorrhages under the title of hypothermia.
Do you believe that all hemorrhages in the pancreas are Wisniewski ulcers?
You mean the stomach?
I want to start with the pancreas.
Wisniewski ulcers are, the term is used to describe the gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so I wanted to clarify that. So now I want to move to the stomach.
Okay.
Do you believe all hemorrhages in the stomach are Wisniewski ulcers?
Not all of them.
Therefore, there can be Wisniewski ulcers and not be hemorrhaging, correct? Just by logic?
And not be hemorrhaging?
Correct. You can have a Wisniewski ulcer but not have hemorrhaging.
You could, but ulceration would manifest in what we call hemorrhage, the actual appearance of it.
What I'd like to do now is, Mr. Wolf, what has been in evidence, what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, publish some depictions of first the gastric mucosa, and then start with that, Your Honor, publish that.
All right. So this is the one that we have not introduced into evidence openly, but at sidebar, right?
What I'd like to do is I'll start out with the one that is in evidence, which is the gastric mucosa.
Okay.
Start with that.
What number?
Your Honor,
Okay, so that was the one I was referring to that we did at sidebar, not in open court. Okay.
Yes.
It's
Pardon me?
N and right down.
And I'd like to move NN into evidence at this time.
All right. All I'll say about this, jurors, is that this may be considered graphic. You satisfied with that, Mr. Alessi?
I'm satisfied with that, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, you satisfied with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
164.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Scorbello, I'm handing you Exhibit 164 in evidence, and I'm going to also, with the court's permission, have it published on the screen. So whatever one is best for you to look at the screen, please feel free to look at either one. Mr. Wolk, if you could publish 164. Dr. Scorbello, do you recognize 164 as well, you describe what 164 is.
This is a picture of the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe after it was removed and opened and the contents were removed. And what you're looking at, this pink red surface, is the mucosa That's the lining of the stomach. And you had used the word rugae before. These are the folds. The stomach has a lot of folds. And what you can see here are small areas that are redder than everything else. That's hemorrhage, that's blood. And these are the gastric hemorrhages that I described.
Right. So those are what you just showed. There's darker areas. There's just a few of them. That is what you refer to as hemorrhages, correct?
Wisniewski's was correct.
Well, you didn't use Wisniewski's in your report, correct? You referred to them as hemorrhages.
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now is to, if I may approach, Your Honor,
Yes.
for the chalk.
Exhibit MM.
Your Honor, with your Honor's permission, may I show Dr. Scorti-Bello the chalk that's marked for identification? Is that
Yes, and let's see what she answers before we use it for more questions, okay?
Understood. Yes. May I hand it to you?
Yes.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, could you please take what's identified as Exhibit M and see if you can identify what that depicts?
Yes, this is a picture of a stomach. Again, the mucosa with hemorrhage.
Not your fault for these, sorry. Not your fault.
Your Honor, can we take a break?
Yes.
Yours.
Yes.
Rise to the jury. Yours, right this way, please.
Autopsy. I'm catching up on Diddy. I know y'all probably caught up, but I'm gonna just go ahead and get y'all work. Jump right back into where I'm at because, yeah. Mr. Combs wrote, I have be there. I guess I was supposed to be, I'll be there right after my session. This was June 2017. Do you remember arguments you were having at that time? Not specifically here. You say the game starts at 10 p.m. No breaking character to 8 a.m. Damn. This was a game a friend of mine told me, a way to rekindle your romance by doing something different in the bedroom. It's a whole getting into character thing. God's plan is what I'm assuming. Mr. Combs says, let's get some outfits and go to a sex club. Mr. Combs wrote, surprise package coming from out of state. Why can't I reach you? What do you say? I was getting my brows done. Did you come to know Mr. Combs was leaving to freak offs to go see Kim Porter? Yes. How did you find out about Gina? Oh, this the Asian persuasion you was just talking about, D-Wood? How did you feel? Did it upset you? Yes. It prompted arguments. It did. And he thought you were not faithful. What were his reactions? It was scary. Mr. Combs wrote you, let's do something different in New York City this week. FYI, Dave hit me. What does hit me? Reach out. And Daniel contacted you. Did this mean you might have a freak off? Might. He tells you, you better put me on the VIP vibrate alarm or something. He's frustrated you don't answer his text fast enough, right? You tell him to come to New York City, understanding there could be a freak out, right? Is it a freak out or a freak off? What is it? You also saw the Book of Mormon. Yes. Mask, pleasure. If that was a sex club, I would assume. He asks, are you ready for tonight? What do you say? Yes, I have to get some things. This is not about what I felt, right? Because you're skipping over a lot here. What did you write? As much as you think you're Bruce Willis, you're not. Your kids were babies when we started dating. If you saw him on social media on vacation with, was it heartbreaking? Oh, they skipped the name. I'm guessing it's Gina. It could be. I was 7 years in. And what about this? About Gina, you wrote,
I didn't want to be a side piece, but I'll treat you like a king. Lord, what is going on? You wanted to be the main girlfriend in 2013, yes. You saw social media posts of Mr. Combs with other girlfriends and got angry, right? Can I speak? I was jealous of certain situations. Did there come a time he suspected you were in a relationship with someone in the industry? Mr. Mescuddy? Yes. Mr. Combs thought it would be good for your career to collaborate with Mr. Cuddy. I mean, Mr. Mescuddy. Yes. Why did you begin your relationship with Mr. Mescuddy? We enjoyed each other's company. You were in a relationship with Mr. Combs. We were on a break, but you were still doing freak offs with him. Yes. After Mr. Combs found out by going through your phone, you went to see him. You knew he was upset. He previously attacked you. Yes, I thought I'd be safer with other people there. Gina is missing, y'all. That's the one that they can't find her or her lawyer.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you can continue where you left off.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I reapproach the witness?
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you have in front of you, which has been marked for identification as MM, and you were discussing that. Do you recognize that document? So we can sort of start over to reorient the jury. You recognize that?
I recognize what it is, yes.
And what is it?
It is a picture of a stomach, of the mucosa of a stomach with multiple hemorrhages.
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict a stomach with what you have referred to as multiple ulcers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
I object to agree as a child.
I'll, you know what, if I can use it as a public, a chalk publication. Yeah, that's what I'll do, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
So you can have it displayed.
Thank you. And again, I'll leave this hard copy with the court reporter, and we'll use the.
Oh, so it's not in evidence?
It is not.
It's marked for identification?
Yes, marked for identification, and we are with it. Mr. Wolf? Dr. Scordi-Bello, is that the depiction that you were just describing at your witness stand?
Yes.
And could you please, with the laser pointer, state what you see in this depiction?
So this is a stomach. This is the mucosa, the folds of the stomach. They're not very folded in this particular picture, but you can see these distinct areas that are that have a darker coloration. That's blood. These are hemorrhages.
And to be clear, this is not the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe. This is a medical reference depiction to sort of generic or some other depiction other than Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, correct?
Correct.
If we could, with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Wolk, put side by side this chalk with what is in evidence as the actual gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe.
The objection sustained.
Could we, with Your Honor's permission, publish simply Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes.
gastric mucosa?
Yes.
Isn't it correct, Dr. Scordi-Bello, that there are much less dark spots in this depiction of the gastric mucosa than there were in the chalk that we just displayed? In other words, that green depiction of what I'll just refer to as a generic stomach. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that for hypothermia in the presence of Wisniewski's ulcers or spots, that you have to have a predominance of the stomach covered by the spots for them to be Wisniewski ulcers?
I think there's different levels and different grades.
In hypothermia, particularly death from hypothermia, wouldn't you expect to see a predominance of those ulcers, meaning they take up most of the stomach lining? Isn't that what you would expect to see?
Not always. I have seen that. I have also seen cases with much fewer spots, as you refer to them.
But isn't the majority of the cases that you have seen where someone has actually died from hypothermia that the ulcers predominate, take up greater than 50% of the stomach?
Yes.
And what percentage of the, and I'm trying to avoid putting it up again. So what percentage of the gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe would you estimate is taken up by the ulcers that you have identified?
I would say somewhere between 10, 15%.
Just 10 and 15%. Thank you. Now, if we could look to the issue of continuing with hypothermia. Let's go to frostbite. Did you note any evidence of frostbite on the deceased, Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
Do you know what the weather conditions were in Canton, New York on the early morning? I'm sorry, I keep saying Canton, New York. My apologies. Do you know the weather conditions in Canton, Massachusetts, starting at midnight on January 29th, 2022, going through 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
It was very cold. There was a blizzard coming.
They called it a nor'easter, right?
Correct.
And when you say very cold, in addition to very cold, do you recall whether there were gusting winds?
I believe so.
And do you understand that when there's a very cold temperature in Fahrenheit and you add gusting winds, that is called, when you apply the two together, that's called wind chill, right?
Correct.
And with wind chill, doesn't the phenomenon of wind chill mean that the wind combined with the temperature brings the actual temperature down, and in addition to bringing it down temperature in a wind chill calculation, it also has a physical effect on the body, correct? Wind chill. Doesn't wind chill also cause greater effects than if there was no wind?
Correct.
So in medical terms, the wind synergizes with the temperature and exacerbates the effect on a human.
Correct.
And with a wind chill, isn't it correct that you would have a greater chance of frostbite than if there was no wind chill effect at all?
Yes.
So you saw no signs of frostbite on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
At the time of my examination and at the time of autopsy, no, I did not.
Did you see frostbite at any other time with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I only examined him at the time of autopsy.
So at the only time you examined him, which is at the time of autopsy, you had zero signs of frostbite, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Squirty-Bello, now that you have gone through this part of your examination here today, would you like to amend in any way your opinions as to whether hypothermia was any cause of the death of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I don't. I still believe that there were hypothermic signs.
Hypothermic signs, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to move to another topic area, please. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, there were no injuries consistent with a motor vehicle impact on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate it all in your autopsy whether Mr. O'Keefe had any injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
And can you elaborate to the jury what you mean by no evidence of an impact site?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
What do you mean in your answer, no evidence of impact injuries?
I'll allow that.
What I look for is some sort of bruise either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs. I did not observe those things.
That was going to be my question. You did not observe any of those things, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to turn to, please, the face of the decedent in your analysis that you discussed on direct examination of that area of the decedent. You talked about ecchymosis, you recall that?
Yes.
In medical literature, there's a synonym for ecchymosis. It's sometimes referred to as raccoon eyes. Is that correct? Ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to an eyelid, does it?
No.
Ecchymosis does not cause a laceration to a nose, does it?
There was an abrasion on the nose, but no, the answer is no.
Correct. So ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to the nose. Correct?
Correct.
Did your report at all evaluate whether there was any significance of the laceration to the eyelid that you spoke about in your direct testimony?
What do you mean?
Other than just noting that there was a laceration to the eyelid, did your report at all evaluate the potential significance, if any, of that laceration to the eyelid?
I noted it and photographed it, and it was part of the totality of the blunt impact injuries that I noted on both the face and the head.
Do you believe that the laceration to the eyelid could be caused by a blunt impact injury?
A laceration, by definition, is a blunt impact injury.
Do you believe the eyelid laceration was caused by a blunt impact injury from falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Not from falling backwards and hitting one's head, but that area at some point came in contact with a blunt object or surface.
Okay, if I could follow up on that, please. So you agree that if a person falls and hits the back of their head, that they cannot sustain an eyelid injury, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And if somebody falls backward and hits their head, they can't sustain from that impact to the back of the head a laceration to the nose, correct?
Correct.
So if we could, Mr. Wolk, and with your honor's permission, publish which is already in evidence, which are depictions. Let's start out with, please, the laceration to the right eyelid. And Dr. Scortibello, is this the laceration to the right eyelid that we've been talking about of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And that injury could not be caused by a fall backwards and one hitting their head, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we'll just need, and then I'm going to repeat the question. Can you state your answer again? Let me read. That injury to the right eyelid, that laceration, could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting their head, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me one moment, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, I erroneously assumed that that picture was in evidence, and I would like to now properly lay the foundation of it. Dr. Scortibello, you see what's in front of you. Can we mark this?
So, Mr. Brennan, are you objecting to that coming into evidence? Okay, so let's just put it in evidence.
Exhibit 165.
Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scortibello, I place before you what is in evidence now is 165, and Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolk publish
Yes.
165? Thank you, Mr. Wolk. So, Dr. Scortibello, that laceration to the right eyelid could not be caused by a fall backwards where someone hits the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
So that injury you've called, what do you label that category? Traumatic, did you use that phraseology?
Blunt
Blunt
impact.
impact. So that's a blunt, in your opinion, that's a blunt impact injury, correct?
Correct.
So is it correct that that injury had to occur in some manner other than falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Yes.
And is that injury consistent or inconsistent with a punch?
I'll allow it.
Could be consistent.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, have the laceration to the nose. I'm sorry, hold off on a moment. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate this going.
Okay, so like we can mark it.
Exhibit 166.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scortibello, I have put before you what is in evidence is 166, and Your Honor may, Mr. Wolk, publish.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scortibello, does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the laceration to the nose of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, it's an abrasion. I described it as an abrasion, as a scrape.
So you would classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolk. On your direct testimony, you talked about injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is it correct that you, in your autopsy report, did not determine the cause of those wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
That's correct.
With your Honor's permission, I would like to Mr. Brennan. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate into evidence these two photographs. May I please have them marked as next evidence?
Exhibits 167 and 168.
Thank you.
I'm going to do the same thing, if I may, Dr. Storti-Bello. I'm going to leave these with you, but I'm also going to, with the court's permission, have them published.
Okay.
Use whatever one best allow you to answer the question. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish those two? Thank you. With regard to what is on the screen, am I correct that you noted these injuries to and these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Yes,
And am I correct that you noted that there was a pattern to those wounds?
correct.
And although you noted there was a pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those pattern wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are those injuries consistent with a dog bite?
Based on our answer to the last question, ask something else.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Ask another question, sustain.
Can you identify any cause of those injuries that would be consistent with what is depicted on the screen? Objection.
So can you answer that, doctor?
I cannot.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Do you recall discussing at all on your direct examination? Well, let me ask it this way. Did you evaluate at all in your autopsy a gray hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
So were you aware that there was clothing associated with Mr. O'Keefe when he came as part of the autopsy?
He did not have any clothing that came to us. The clothing was removed at the hospital and was packaged and I believe submitted as evidence.
So the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, a t-shirt or a hoodie, didn't make its way to?
No,
You were unable to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
that is correct.
So you have doubts about the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, and you consider those doubts reasonable?
Sustained. Sustained.
You were not able to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And manner of death, as you've testified, includes the circumstances surrounding death in addition to the medical analysis that you performed.
I'm sustaining it, asked and answered.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Leslie, Mr. Brennan.
Doctor, how many autopsies have you performed in your professional career?
At this point, more than 1,200.
When the person is brought to you, are they usually clothed?
It depends on the circumstances. If a person comes directly from their residence, they may or may not be clothed. If the person comes from a hospital where they went first for treatment, many times the person is unclothed. They may be wearing a hospital gown, but in most cases, that clothing has already been removed.
If that clothing has already been processed, is it common that it would be brought to you for inspection?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to.
Is clothing that is not accompanying the person's body commonly brought to you for observation?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move on. Or ask it.
You were asked questions about your opinions relative to spots in the organs of Mr. O'Keefe. And you were asked about part of your statement in the grand jury. When you provide statements, is it important to have the statement in context to understand it?
Yes.
Is it important to have a complete statement rather than just part of a statement?
Yes.
And when you were asked the question that counsel asked you, do you remember that grand jury testimony you gave?
I remember it was a long time ago,
Okay.
but I do remember most of it.
Do you remember when he read part of your answer? It was in response to a grand juror's question.
Yes.
And he read part to you, right? I understand your question. And my answer is that I don't know, but given the environment, so if the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The doctor can answer that.
Do you remember Attorney Alisi read you that part of your statement?
Yes.
Do you remember that you had more to that statement that was left off when he confronted you with it?
I'm sure there's more to this.
To complete your statement, you said, but in the whole context, I believe that those are signs of hypothermia and not caused. Do you remember that completion to your statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You can show her the statement.
Okay. I can approach. Ask you to take a look at part of your grand jury testimony. Do you remember Attorney Alisi reading part of your answer back?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike that. Have the witness look at it and go through it.
You asked about your entire answer or just part of it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can you read the rest of the answer that you weren't given when it was read to you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So this is phrased as refreshing recollection, so follow it appropriately.
Do you now remember there was more to your answer?
Yes.
Could you share with us the rest of your answer?
Without reading
Objection,
it.
Your Honor.
Without reading it. Turn it over, turn the paper over, please.
I can take it, Your Honor.
Ask the appropriate questions to them.
Do you remember the part that was left out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement to the grand jury?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
After looking at this, does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement you made to the grand jury?
Yes.
And could you share the rest of your statement with the jury, please?
The rest of the statement was that I have to take those findings in the context which was presented to me. So in the case of this particular case, those hemorrhages, in the context of a body found in the snow, I believe they were due to hypothermia.
Is your answer more complete in context?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were shown a photograph of two individuals that were in the room at the time of autopsy. Do you remember that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked about certain names.
Correct.
You said that there would be a log identifying names.
It would be a log, yes.
A log. Do you remember exactly who logged in to that autopsy?
No, I don't remember their names.
May I approach?
Show Mr. Lesson.
It's part of the annual report. It's in there. Possibly take a look at the report. You have it.
Your Honor, if we need sidebar to explain, we just need a moment to take a look.
I can move on and we'll come back to it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was a little under 81 degrees when he was brought to the hospital.
Yes, that's what the hospital records stated.
And again, a normal body temperature is?
98 degrees.
So there was, is it fair to say there was over an 18-degree drop in his body temperature?
Correct.
You shared with us that you generally understood it was a blizzard and cold outside. Do you have any experience on how rapidly a body temperature will drop outside?
The body temperature?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Still.
No, it's within the scope. Let's see if she's got the basis.
The rate that the body loses heat depends on a number of factors. Depends on conditions, weather conditions. It depends on the original temperature of the body, and the higher the gradient between the body temperature and the environmental temperature, the faster the drop will occur.
You were asked if there was any signs of frostbite. There was no type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body, was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was there any type of burns on his body that would suggest that he was put in some type of machine or environment where there was cooling, mechanical cooling?
Objection, Your Honor. Will the
Sustained.
approach-
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Brennan.
You were shown a photograph, a chalk that had spots on them. Do you know where that photograph came from?
I do not.
Do you know who that was from, what person that was from?
No, I do not know the context of that picture.
Do you have any information on the circumstances which led to that condition?
I do not.
Do you have any information about what caused the condition that you saw on that chalk?
I have seen similar pictures in textbooks depicting gastric hemorrhages or Wisniewski spots.
You were asked about your role as a medical examiner, and there were a number of questions about your assessment from a legal perspective.
Yes.
You mentioned that you had information from a police report. How many police reports were you given?
There was a A preliminary police report, I believe, the day of the autopsy, and communications with law enforcement in the days and weeks following.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a police report on this particular case.
Is that a police report from your file?
Yes.
And that police report, is that the police report that you considered?
Amongst other information, yes.
How many lines is that police report?
11.
What's the date and time of that police report?
This was initiated on January 29th. It says at 1941.
I have this marked for identification, all right?
Okay.
May I hand the witness another document?
Let us mark it.
Oh, sorry, let me have that back.
Yeah.
Q for identification.
Thank you. May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Second document, is that another document in your file?
Yes.
And is that another report that you considered?
Yes.
How many lines is that report?
5.
I'd move to have this marked for identification, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit RR for identification.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'm gonna go back to the questions I asked you about logging in and refreshing your memory.
Mhm.
I'm gonna hand you a document. I'm not gonna actually read it aloud, I'm just gonna ask you to look at it. Does it refresh your memory on the people who attended the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Corner.
Are you part of the criminal investigation team?
No, I am not.
Did you go to the scene and evaluate any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you do any of your own detective work or investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
So when you were asked questions about your role as the medical examiner in your medical evaluation of Mr. O'Keefe's body, you were also asked whether you considered any part of the legal aspect. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You were never, oh, let me ask you. You submitted the death certificate on April 14th.
Correct.
I want to talk about some of the things that you may or may not have known about or considered at the time you wrote your death certificate or filed your death certificate. Were you informed or were you aware that before you filed your death certificate, there was information in the investigation that police spoke to a first responder by the name of Timothy Nuttall, who reported that the defendant
I'm going to allow it.
said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Were you aware of that
I became aware of it at some point.
during your 90-day window?
I believe so.
Were you aware that there was another first responder by the name of McLaughlin who provided information that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
Yes.
Were you aware of statements made by the defendant, to Miss McCabe that she said, may have I hit him? Did I hit him?
Objection, may we approach, please, briefly?
Okay. Thank you. So jurors, I want to let you know that like other evidence that was let in previously, this is not coming in for the truth of what's in the statements. It's coming in so that as it goes to Dr. Scordi-Bello's knowledge and state of mind at the time of her report.
Thank you. At the time of your death certificate that you filed, were you informed that a Jennifer McCabe had reported that the defendant said, "Did I hit him or could I have hit him multiple times?"
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't believe I knew about Miss McCabe.
Did you learn that Ms. McCabe reported later that the defendant, while speaking to first responders, reported that she had hit him? Did you know that?
I was aware of that information later on.
Were you aware of the investigation regarding alcohol consumption?
Yes,
Were you aware that the police or Massachusetts State Police spoke to other witnesses about their observations that night?
about their,
Their observations?
yes,
Were you aware of an interview by Trooper Buchanan with firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 7, 2022?
I don't remember.
Were you aware that Mr. Whitley told the police that the defendant had expressed that she had gotten into an argument with the defendant that night?
That was part of the information I was given, yes.
Were you aware of a report from first responder Anthony Flamate about statements made by the defendant to him?
I don't recall that particular first responder, no.
Were you aware of statements provided by Kerry Roberts to the police that the defendant had called her, citing Kerry, John is dead,
Yeah, I was given that information,
in the questions of did I hit him? Were you aware of that?
yes.
Were you aware of information that troopers had an opportunity to go and speak to the defendant?
Yes,
Were you aware of the statements that she made to the troopers?
not in detail.
Were you aware that when they spoke to her on January 29th, she informed that she had a broken taillight on her vehicle but did not know how it happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I was provided with that information.
Were you provided the information that she had never observed John enter the residence?
I believe that was part of the original information, yes.
Were you aware that she informed relative to the broken right taillight, she didn't know how it happened?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware that members of the Massachusetts State Police obtained John O'Keefe's phone and did a forensic data analysis on it?
I was not aware of that until much, much later.
After you filed your report?
Correct.
Were you aware of location data that was obtained from John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of healthcare data on John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of battery temperature data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of voice messages left on John O'Keefe's phone from the defendant before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe before you filed your death certificate?
No.
Were you aware of statements from the defendant to various media outlets before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Did anybody ever come to you after you filed your death certificate and ask you to change it?
No.
Did anybody ever provide you any of this additional information you weren't aware of at the time, ask you to evaluate it, and then reconsider your finding?
No.
You were asked some questions about impact injuries. In your experience, are most pedestrian collisions where there's injuries to the lower legs, either frontal or rear impacts?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that because I'll allow that.
Most pedestrian fatalities that we see are with impact with the front of the vehicle.
When you gave the perspective that you looked for impact injuries, was that with consideration of your experience that most collisions are frontal impact injuries?
Most collisions involve frontal impact, yes.
How about cases where you've had an opportunity to observe people who sustained injuries from being clipped? Not hit, but just being clipped. Is your opinion any different in your experience?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
How about a side swipe injury? Is that different relative to your expectations to lower extremity injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
A bruise on the knee, is that consistent with a side swipe impact?
Could be.
Did you do any type of biomechanical analysis of any alleged collision in this case?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to?
I'm not qualified to do that.
And so when you talk about injuries from a collision, are you in part speculating about what could happen to somebody?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Are you giving a direct opinion in this case about how the injuries were caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked questions about a nose laceration.
Yes.
And you offered that was not consistent with falling backwards on the head alone.
Correct.
You were asked if that was consistent with a punch.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not the testimony. That's your objection, Mr.
That
Lacey.
is, Your Honor. There's not a question.
Did you provide an opinion that it could be consistent with a punch?
I did provide that opinion.
Could it be consistent with broken glass?
It's possible.
Could it be consistent with sharp shards from broken plastic?
Possible.
Could it be consistent with first aid?
I'm sorry, what was
Could
it?
it be consistent with first aid treatment?
Anything is possible.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of how the laceration on the nose happened?
I do not have firsthand knowledge.
Did you know at the time you filed your death certificate that there was plastic pieces of taillight found near Mr. O'Keefe's body around 5:45 p.m. on January 29, 2022?
I do believe some of that information was communicated to us, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lacey.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Scorti-Bello, this Attorney Brennan just asked you questions about alcohol consumption. You had the opportunity to evaluate the medical records of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you had, in terms of the medical records, information with regard to the medications that Mr. O'Keefe had taken. Is that correct?
I believe I reviewed those records at some point prior to issuing my report. Yes.
Do you recall the list of medications that were in the medical records that Mr. O'Keefe was on?
I do not recall.
If I were to show you a document, might that refresh your recollection as to the list of medications?
I'm going to allow it. Is in connection with alcohol too, you said, right?
Correct, Your
Go right
Honor.
ahead. Yes.
Dr. May I?
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, may I stand by the witness here?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, I am providing you with a document. Up at the top it says John O'Keefe, and I would like to draw your attention to medications. And to expedite it, I am going to focus on the fourth item on that list. Can you state what that medication is?
The fourth item is omeprazole.
Does that refresh your recollection as to one of the medications Mr. O'Keefe was on?
Yes.
And that medication is?
It's an antacid.
Right. And so omeprazole is the trade name of omeprazole Pepcid?
I believe so.
And Pepcid is a proton pump inhibitor?
Correct.
And a proton pump inhibitor stops the proton pump in the stomach from releasing acid, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to that in just a moment, but do you also recall testifying at the grand jury with regard to alcohol consumption and potential alcohol consumption of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do remember testifying, yes.
And do you recall what your testimony was with regard to alcohol consumption and small ulcers in the stomach potentially associated with alcohol consumption?
Alcohol consumption, I don't recall my exact words at grand jury, but alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers.
And alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers. And what medications can treat gastric ulcers?
Well, they don't treat them, they prevent them, but that would be a proton pump inhibitor such as omeprazole.
Right. So, isn't it correct, therefore, that the ulcers that are observed in the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe that we talked about, the gastric mucosa, could have come from ulceration due to alcohol consumption?
It's possible.
As opposed to hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Attorney Brennan asked you questions moments ago, and actually several of them, of which included the words, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And isn't it correct that you had that information before you issued your final findings in this matter in April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So, even though you had all that information, you still were unable to conclude the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
All right, doctor, you are all set.
Thank
Thank you very much. I'm going to see counsel at the sidebar.
It's such a shame. I'm having to go back and rewatch this testimony.
That is it for today. I'm told that we are on schedule. So with that, I'm going to let you go a few minutes early. So please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. So we'll see you tomorrow morning.
The rest of the jury. You may be seated.
All right, so Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you. I'll hear you, Mr. Lessie.
Thank you, Your Honor. The topic I would like to raise with Your Honor is the timing and nature and significance of the information that the defense has received from the firm Aperture. And Your Honor may recall there are two individuals on the witness list that we understand are to testify in this matter. First is Dr. Judson Welter, and the second is Shannon Burgess.
And are they testifying in reverse order, though, than what you said?
My understanding is, Your Honor, yes. That
Okay.
My understanding, Mr. Brennan has the best information, is that it's proposed that Mr. Burgess testifies first and Dr. Welcher testifies thereafter.
Okay.
So the Commonwealth has established in reports right up until not established, they had stated in the reports of Aperture, particularly the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher, a trigger called 1162.2 that they had associated in the report of Dr. Welcher with a specific time. And that specific time that they have associated with that trigger is 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. And we have been assuming that information, and this is from best memory, but I believe it's slide 137 or so, where this statement is in the slide. And so we have proceeded with our defense. We have proceeded with the work that has been assigned to ARCA based upon that time period. On May 8th, not too long ago, Your Honor, we received an amended report of Shannon Burgess that pushes that time period. I'm just going to get it. So, although it was dated May 8th, we received it actually on May 11th. And in that report, Mr. Burgess states that he is making an amendment, and he is now stating that that infotainment trigger of 1162.2 is further back in time, and it is past 12/31/43.
Do you have the time?
I'm going to get the exact time, Your Honor. It is 12/32/16. And Your Honor may recall that the seconds, literally seconds, matter in the analysis of many factors. I won't go into them other than to say I went through and developed testimony with regard to the cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen. He had a timeline. He talked about much human volitional conduct. Suffice it to say that that information is literally by seconds determinative in some ways of various analysis. So we basically commissioned, if you will, ARCA to be looking at matters based upon the infotainment trigger 1162.2 of 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. It says of May 11th, we received information that has changed that. Now, Your Honor, that is a Rule 14 violation among other issues, but I wanted to start there. It's a Rule 14 violation. It's obviously, as I stated, an amendment of a report of a significant matter. And also, with regard to the defense's ability to provide a defense, we have to be able to evaluate that information in terms of our entire defense. And it's just not limited to ARCA. It's our entire defense. The other data point I want to get to, so the effect it's had, we still haven't even been able to evaluate entirely that. And I believe, Your Honor, based upon the information that I have, that this may have been a calculated matter by the Commonwealth, but even assuming it's not calculated, the effect is pronounced. So what I want to do, Your Honor, is to look at what the reason Mr. Burgess has given, which leads me to be very concerned about a calculation and a strategy calculation here. Mr. Burgess states in his own words that the reason why he is changed, that time is being changed, is to, quote, align the trigger with Mr. Whiffen's analysis. And Mr. Whiffen's analysis is based upon the extraction data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And I believe it's undisputed that the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred years ago. And the data from that has been extant, it's been available years ago. So to me, Your Honor, that basis can't be a proper basis at particularly this stage where we are approaching the end of the trial, just literally days before the testimony of Aperture. And we are in a very, very almost impossible, challenging situation. So, Your Honor, there are obviously, Your Honor knows the situation here. Our first request is that the May 8th report that we received on May 11th be not allowed, that it be not considered at all. As Your Honor knows, I don't like to use hyperbolic words, but the word has been used for us, against us, ambush, ambush, ambush. If there's ever an example of an ambush, this is it. And so, Your Honor, our request is that Your Honor find a Rule 14 violation, that Your Honor have the remedy be that the violation remedy be that this is not allowed, and that the Commonwealth proceed with its the information of Aperture that has been extant before the May 8th date of the report. Thank you.
All right. Do you have another option if that's not something that we do, right? Because the Commonwealth moved to exclude ACA or have them go by their old report, right?
Right. And Your Honor, I'm going to answer your question, but with just a quick point that this is really much different than ARCA because two reasons. We are the defense, and ARCA is a rebuttal to the prosecution's case. That is much different than a prosecution changing its theory of the case at this time.
I understand that. I'm just asking if you
Right.
have
So-
another
so-
option.
It's not what I am saying that I am proffering. I think the only remedy here is exclusion and a Rule 14 violation.
And you're not waiving that?
I'm not waiving that.
No, I'm not asking you to.
Your Honor.
Okay, a continuance for how long?
I could have a better answer perhaps to that question tomorrow. I haven't, given what's been going on, I haven't even had a
Right.
chance to talk to ARCA at
All
all.
right, so tomorrow morning, let me know that. All right,
In Your Honor, I will do that, of course. And I will also say, without getting into an elaboration of it, we have to look at all the witnesses that we called. I'll give you an example. Mr. Whiffen, I had my whole cross-examination, not whole, but a significant part of my cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen based upon going through human volitional conduct off that phone that was after that 1162 trigger. And a lot of our defense in theory is based upon that's been in existence now for several months. And again, I go to the bottom line that the proffered reason in Mr. Burgess's report is to align with the data on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and then that's been around for a long time. So that's my answer to Your Honor's question.
all right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, this disclosure is not a Rule 14 violation. The Commonwealth, just like the defense, is entitled, continues to work on their case and study their case as time goes on. This issue, the relevance of this issue, has been clear throughout the case, including my opening statement. And the issue is that clocks are different. There is a clock in a Lexus that runs on a different time than that of an iPhone. If you recall, in my opening statement, I talked about the fact that there are variances between those clocks. So instead of a moment that coincides happening at a precise second, sometimes there's a variance of time between the two. So the Lexus clock could be at a variance with an iPhone, but the event still could happen at the same time, given the clocks have different times. The defense provided a report by a person by the name of Mr. DeSorga, a noted expert witness who they've listed as a witness they potentially called. Mr. DeSorga wrote a report, and in the report, he suggested, based on his analysis, that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late. That means if the texting data, the black box data from the car, has a event at 12:32:38, 12:31:38, and Mr. O'Keefe's last movements or 12:32:16, last user interaction 12:32:09, there is a variance between those times. We asked our expert to review their expert's report to see if he was accurate that the variance means that these times would never align. And that's what he did. He studied the data, he studied the ways, he studied the Lexus black box relative to the time. Doesn't change anything, doesn't change the data whatsoever, just adds to the time. What he learned from his opinion is that Mr. DeSorbo was wrong. He used information from different phones, not recognizing the items that these timelines came from, and that his time estimates are wrong. So then he looked at the time of the event of the ignition on and off, and he compared that to the Waze data. And when he did, he found that he could identify what the actual differential was. Instead of guessing that it was within the 30-second window, it was somewhere around 21 to 25 seconds. And that 7 minutes before the collision, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 21 to 29 seconds ahead, which means you subtract that time, which puts it in the same variance that we've been arguing from the beginning, that the collision occurred at the same moments when Mr. O'Keefe last had user interaction, and that reconciles with the data. It does not change the text stream data or the black box information on the car whatsoever. It does not change ARPA's analysis whatsoever. We received this report on May 8th. I was surprised to receive it. I welcomed it. We turned it over on May 8th. There was no delay. It's been a week now. The defense has had this information. And so this is not an attempt to align anything. While it may reconcile or identify that variance more closely, it doesn't change any data whatsoever. And so this is not a Rule 14 violation. The effort was in response to disclosures that we believe were wrong by the defense expert, and it is clarified and it is favorable for us. And so we should be able to use it.
Did you intend to use it in your case in chief, or only if this witness disorder? I don't remember reading that name, so I don't know how to pronounce it.
In my case in chief, because we now have this available data. As I said, this wasn't ambush, isn't something that we sat on. It was in response. Fortunately, we received their expert report, which caused us to focus more closely. And now that we've identified that variance, rather than having an open variance of 30 seconds, we should not be precluded from favorable information that has been provoked by a report by the defense.
Okay. Yes.
I'll do it quickly.
Okay.
Attorney Brennan has provided a lot of information, and he has accurately provided information, but he's got the time completely wrong and the significance respectfully completely wrong. I'm going to hit his 4 categories quickly. He said he referenced Mr. DeSorbo, who is a defense witness. Two points about Mr. DeSorbo. First, Mr. DeSorbo provided his expert report within this reciprocal discovery deadline.
Okay.
And he provided that report months ago.
Okay.
So if, as I heard Attorney Brennan, he's saying the reason why we're getting something on May 8th is because Mr. Burgess supposedly is responding to that. That was months ago.
Okay.
The more apt point is, or an even more apt point is, Mr. DeSorbo was responding to the information of Aperture. It wasn't like Mr. DeSorbo was coming up. He was rebutting as defendants do. So, and it's Mr. DeSogra, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. Again, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. So that's an important point with regard to Mr. DeSogra. Now I want to go to Attorney Brennan's comment about clocks are different. I agree with Attorney Brennan on that. The shortcoming for Attorney Brennan's argument, however, is that the clocks are different concept has been in existence in this case for over 6 months. I can give you by memory Mr. Whiffin's report of December of 2024, where his report went into the different clocks and what their significance was. So that is almost 6 months ago, at least 5 months ago, the issue of different clocks has been in existence in this case. So therefore, the issue of different clocks dates back to then. But even more fatal for the Commonwealth's argument is that Mr. Burgess himself issued his report and talked about the difference in clocks. He already knew it. He already had it.
Did he testify to that last time? Did he testify?
Aperture was not part of the first
All
trial.
right, I thought Burgess was, no?
No, neither.
Okay.
No one from Aperture was.
Yeah, I
Your
knew
Honor.
Aperture was, and I thought he may have been something. The name just sounded
Neither
familiar.
Burgess nor Welcher were
Okay.
part of the first trial, but they were retained. Aperture was retained, I believe, in October of 2024.
Okay.
And at best for the Commonwealth, Aperture had, and Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher had Mr. Whiffin's report that talked about the clock differences. So the clock differences cannot be, as the Commonwealth is proffering, some sort of new information that caused Aperture to provide a new report. This variance that Attorney Brennan talked about, it's called the clock drift. A more layperson's term is a variance of time. Mr. Burgess, in his original report months ago, has a whole section on clock drift. That's not a new concept for him. He's just changing the drift.
Okay. So what I'd like to do, because I want to address the other issue and I don't want to keep people here too long, can you wrap it up, Mr. Alessi, or is that?
In 60 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the last point I wanted to make, and I think I heard Attorney Brennan correctly, is he said he was surprised that he got this report dated May 8th. That's what I heard. So if the Commonwealth is surprised that they got it, that should mean, to me, Your Honor, be an outstanding, fetching reason to not allow it, because they're surprised to get it. And I can lastly say this, Your Honor, there's nobody that's more surprised to getting this than the defendant when we got it on May 11th.
Okay. Thank you. The other issue about calling your expert on rebuttal, Mr. Brennan, based on the late disclosure of the ARCA materials. What's your argument on that?
I won't iterate the entire past, but Your Honor has found discovery violations. Your Honor has found that I want to phrase this properly, the efforts of the defense were improper. And inevitably, we've now received an extraordinary amount of discovery on the most important issue in this case, well beyond the discovery deadlines, without any excuse. And the court, understandably, has overruled the government's objection and has stated that it is going to allow the defense to proffer two expert witnesses in a very complicated field, in an issue that is the heart of this case. You're going to allow them to testify, despite the fact that we have not had adequate time to review, to prepare, and to address it. The Commonwealth has the burden of proof. The Commonwealth has an obligation to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And this isn't simply late disclosure of some evidence. This is a massive amount of evidence of the most critical issue. And so we provided this information to Dr. Wexler. As you know, he was away. He did not get a report until maybe May 7th. He did not have a chance to look at it until May 9th. An extraordinary amount of work, effort, and expense has gone into preparing our case to the jury. He is still in the process of reviewing the materials. There are entirely new subject areas within this information, well beyond the simple 4 opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are studies, there are demonstrations, there are experiments. This requires not only review, but an analysis, testing, vetting, and then preparing testimony to address the claims made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but our expert has found extraordinary issues in his first reviews of material. And some of those concerns lead him to need, in his opinion, to actually conduct his own tests to demonstrate the failures of these ARPA witnesses. That's going to take time. You've heard from the ARPA witnesses themselves. With the amount of data they received, they estimated they needed 5 weeks. And they were given 5 weeks despite all the discovery deadline violations. They were given 5 weeks. We did not get the report until May 7th. And so we believe we are entitled to have our expert review all the materials, do his testing, provide opinions. None of that is going to happen anytime soon because he still has not finished reviewing all the materials. There's many, many gigabytes. He is in a difficult schedule. He is away tomorrow, Saturday. We were going to try to begin to prep at the end of the weekend. There is no way he's going to be able to testify anytime soon and have all of this validation and vetting and testing.
So what is it exactly you're proposing?
So what would we like to do is have him testify about what he has prepared, that he's had adequate time to prepare. If either of these ARPA witnesses testify and they introduce new opinions, new testing, new demonstrations, he should be able to continue reviewing the materials, actively engage his own testing now. So by the time the defense case is over, he will be prepared to come back and address the new issues, not the older issues or regurgitate his testimony, but to address any new issues that were provided in violation of discovery orders, and so that he can then address the jury on those specific new issues. I see no other way of this expert fairly being provided, presented to the jury. The unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way. So we ask that he be able to continue his review, offer rebuttal opinions on anything that is new and not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
No, because Dr. Welcher relies on Shannon Burgess' information material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, his presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide the background information.
Right. Mr. Lassie, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think and I understand that it's very well understand the time of the day, so I'm going to do this hopefully efficiently. When we're talking about ARPA and the information of ARPA, it's very important analytically to put them in their two proper buckets. The first bucket is the information and opinions of ARPA that have been in existence since February of 2024.
Yeah, let's focus on the beyond. Let's focus on
Okay, good, because my pithy conclusion is there should be no prejudice on that.
And I don't think the Commonwealth's even suggesting that.
So we're focusing just on the quote new information bucket. Your Honor, it's very important to understand that what ARCA is doing is in response to the testing of Aperture. ARCA did not come up with new approaches. We, again, to state the obvious, are the defense. We get to rebut what the prosecution has put forward. And so what ARCA has done with the new information, new testing, is simply to rebut what Aperture has done. So I do not understand the length of time or the lift, if you will, that's being proffered for Aperture. Now, with regard to the time period, Your Honor has already determined what the appropriate approach is for the new information from ARCA. When Dr. Rentschler was on the stand, or Dr. What you said, when can you get me the information? And they said, I think it was May 6th or May 7th, whatever, and they met the deadline. They did it. We proceeded along with the trial with that information. We complied with that request to continually try to claim that there should be ongoing remedies of something that's already been decided. I do not understand.
So I did leave open. I did leave it open to address.
You did leave open the time, but Your Honor didn't leave open that you were going to continue to address this matter as if the defense is making perpetual violations. There was a determination made, and then the question was the remedy. So I'm just addressing the Commonwealth, positing that somehow there's continuing violations. My final 2 points. What Mr. Brennan is seeking is improper. What it's seeking is the most extraordinary situation, which is have Aperture come before the jury, testify to certain things, have ARCA have to come on, and then have Aperture come back and essentially have almost a rebuttal to a rebuttal as of right. I do not understand that process. I do not understand that proposal. It inverts the order of proof. It prejudices the defendant because it almost ipso facto gives a double rebuttal, surrebuttal to the defense. I believe, Your Honor, the final point is, if Your Honor is inclined to give Aperture more time, and I haven't even heard a deadline yet for Dr. Welcher. It's still open. What I would recommend, Your Honor, is that we follow the proper order of proof. We determine when Aperture can conclude its review of the ARCA work, and that there be a reflection that keeps the order, namely that the prosecution comes in with Aperture, Dr. Welcher, and Mr. Burgess, and then the defense, as part of its case in chief, puts on ARCA, and we make the determination as to what happens there. Otherwise, what we're happening is here, it's almost a self-serving matter where the Commonwealth is getting to put on certain witnesses here from our witnesses and then have an automatic rebuttal. And Your Honor, I just think that's improper and prejudicial. There's another, and importantly, it's a burden shifting to the defense.
All right, so I have a question for you, Mr. Lessie. Are you still thinking that if the defense puts on a defense, that will take roughly a week and a half for that to take place?
That is our best estimate still, Your Honor.
And not holding you to this, because obviously you have no burden. If ARCA is part of that defense, when in that week and a half time frame would that be?
We haven't made a final decision, Your Honor, but we're pretty close that it would be toward the end.
Okay. All right. I needed all this information now, so I appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Nasty boots, y'all. I'm about to get called into a call, so I'm gonna have to go read up on Diddy and everybody else. So shout out to y'all for hanging out in the Taylor Umbridge chat today. I know I had a busy day. I wasn't even able to engage as much as I wanted to, but I could not lock the door. Okay, I was not sending y'all over to y'all people in them house today because apparently y'all don't like it over there anyway. Okay, so I'm going to get caught up on this Diddy stuff. I'm going to do this last call of the day, and then I will be posting some recaps. So make sure that you engage with my recaps once they hit the streams, not the streams, but the streets, these social media streets. We'll see what happens then. So thank y'all again. Y'all have a good evening. Wait a minute. Kim say we good at home. Kim say always leave the door open. We good here. Oh, and just in case y'all wanted to know, I have not received the decision email yet either. So hopefully we get something tomorrow. All right. We'll see y'all later.